Alright. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Stream number 2 on a Tuesday of fast travel. Massive cup of coffee. So I'm going to do some graphics programming today. That's the plan. I haven't done graphics programming in 6 months, maybe. Something like that. Right, hang on. There we go. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. So yeah, graphics programming today. Part 2 of fast travel. Let's see. Alright. Let's see where we got to yesterday. We basically implemented the minimum requirement for fast travel, which was moving to a different location in the world. So we had a menu, you could click the new location, fast travel to transporter room 2, yes, and he'll go there and some transition will happen and he ends up in transporter room 2. And then of course we can go back. So this green square is where the effect is going to go. We've just put a standing green square for now. But that will be an effect. And that's what we're going to work on. Alright. So I'm just going to press play on my time lapse. So I'm making some YouTube stuff today. 1 second. The problem with Face ID is it doesn't work with when your camera's, when my iPhone is mounted. When it was your thumbprint it was good because you could just touch it with my thumb. Now with Face ID I have to put my face in front of it. It means I have to get out of my chair. Go through that rigmarole. Alright, anyway. Got that time lapse going. We'll keep that going for a bit. 10 minutes. Yeah. So all I think we're going to do is we're going to get some kind of graphics pipeline-ish. Pipeline's the wrong word, but we're going to get some kind of path set up where we're rendering this green square through a custom shader, which will eventually turn into this effect. So that's what we're going to do now. So that is in sort this out. Hold on 1 second. That is in the effect controller. Here. So what we're doing is just drawing this quad, this green quad. I think before we do that, I had an idea to take this event out of the effect, because the effect wants to be played for any NPC, and this is basically only want this to happen if it's the hero character. So I might just quickly before we start the graphics stuff just fix this. Right then, so where is that? It would be here. Nope. Where would it be? Execute fast travel. So we have this duration. I think all we want to do is we want to go after delay duration. We want to send this event. So we'll do it here instead of in the effect. Like that. And the desk trigger ID is this. Pass that in like that. Check that builds. And then in the effect, we just want to remove this. So that means we can remove all this stuff, which is nice. Ooh. So actually we want to do that after fast travel T. So I believe that's just static, isn't it? So we can do, so we set the duration. Yeah, so this is not the duration, it's fast travel beam effect. Get fast. We've got get fade length. It's not quite get fade length, it's get fast travel T. Let me just return fast travel T. Like that. So that will start the process of changing rooms here outside the actual effect, because I think the effect is just going to be associated with yeah, it's just going to be associated with the look of it. So we'll remove that. And then if complete and desk trigger is 0, set visible to be true. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's just see if this still works. So I think we still want the yeah, I still think we want to pass in the desk trigger ID. Check it still works. Yeah, that's good. The because this is how we tell. If there's a destination trigger, we know that the effect is beginning. If there's not a destination trigger, we know that the effect is ending. What I mean by that is, when we start the effect, when we begin the effect here, the destination trigger is transporter room 2. And then here, now we're ending the effect, we're replaying the effect. Because there's no destination trigger, we know it's that we're warping into that room. Which is a bit weird. So what I might do, so we have something like, we have an in-out direction. So what I might do here is pass in the in-out direction instead. Oops. And specifically actually tell it that whether it's fading in or fading out. Oops. So this is direction equals out. So the effect is coming out of the effect. So what that means here now is when we spawn this effect, this is E in-out direction in. And then there's another place where we actually do this. Find it. Here. This is E in-out direction out. Okay, let's see if that still works. I sneeze. That still works. Ugh. Getting a cold, I think, unfortunately. Right, there we go. So we can go back into this effect now and actually do the graphics. So game canvas particularly is just for game graphic effects, so we can do it right here. Now, because this is a light effect, it's possible that we want it to cast shadows and things. The question is, do we do that from the beginning or do we put it in after? I think we'll just work on the visual of the effect itself and not the shadows and stuff first, and then we'll alter it. Right. So I think what we need a new call. This is a calling into the canvas, which is part of the render system. And we're just going to say draw fast travel beam. So this effect is going to happen over time as well. So we probably want to pass that here. So cons vec 2. So we definitely need a position. There's going to be no assets associated with it at the moment, so it's going to be fine. And we might pass in actually the colour. And then we'll pass in the time. T is probably going to go from 0 to 1. And we'll pass in Z. Because the effect is going to happen over, you know, a second or whatever. Now the question is, do we want a width of the effect? We'll put it in. We'll put it in. Okay. So let's go back to the effect controller and we'll just start calling this. So instead of draw quad, take that down there as well. Going to do canvas draw fast travel beam. Position is P. Width we're currently setting to 1.5 in the laser beam effect, in the quad effect. Color was green, and the Z we'll just do canvas.getZ for the player's position, and we might push it forward by 1 so we can stand him in, so the effect happens in front of the player, in front of the hero. Okay. So what is this going to be? It's going to be some kind of quad, I think. And the bounds of the quad, if the laser beam is going to stretch to the sky, it has to go all the way to the screen, the top of the screen. Okay, so the bounds, so the X location is just going to be position.x minus width over 2. The Y location is position.y. The width is the width. The height is the screen height in world space. So what's that? Okay, world rect. Okay, so we need, that's optional. So that's world rect height minus position.y. So that takes it right up to the top of the screen. So I think what we want is we want kind of a constant height, really. So we'll make it the world rect no matter how high it is. So that's the bounds. So I think all we'll do now is return draw quad in world. Bounds color Z, right? We'll just return that now, just to check the size of that quad, and we'll see. All right, I'll stop my what's it called? Time lapse. Very good. Let's check it worked. Yeah, good. My phone back on charge. All right, okay. So we're just going to draw this quad after we've got rid of this compiler. Does not take 4 arguments. So we've got position, width, color, T. So we're just going to put T now. We'll say is T over T max. So that just goes from 0 to 1. And then we'll put DT right at the end. That means we won't necessarily get a 1. Fine, whatever, it doesn't really matter. T over T max. So we'll saturate that as well, to make sure it doesn't go over 1. So all we want to see is just a big green quad in the sky. Basically, like up into the sky. Right, so do some fast travel. There it is. Now it is unfortunately rendering behind those trigger squares. I think just for debugging, we'll make it render right at the front. Check that actually works. I think maybe actually the those debug pink trigger quads are rendered on a different canvas, so that's not going to work anyway. Oops. Oh, it does. That's fine. Okay, so that's our beam. And then what we might do, if we've got T here, we could fade the effect in and out. I'll tell you, we'll pass T to the shader and we'll do it in the shader. Okay, so let's look at draw quad in world. We'll stick that down there just for reference, really, because it's similar. It's going to be a similar thing, except we're passing a few more. We're going to pass. I want to pass T in as well. Do we have any space? We do. Alright. So we've got draw. So what we need then, so instead of this, we're going to do auto range, fill vertex range, RGBA, XY. So we want 4 vertices. So this is how it works. You allocate 4 vertices of this vertex type, which is 2 rows. Rows are just 4 floats. RGBA, and then XY, blank, blank. So you've got space in one of these blanks. Okay. So so we want build quad in world. Rect camera color output. So we want another one. Rect camera color. So we could stick it in the color channel. No, we won't. We'll say float T. And it's basically the same, except we're going to stick T here. Alright, so let's check that. Does not work. Already defined. So we have another one where we're passing in float here. Okay, so we want to call this rotated quad in world, and this is in I know this is only called in one place here. Right then, it usually returns 4 because we're just setting 4 vertices. Okay, so now we can say mesh helpers build quad in world. So we need a camera as well. So we want the one with T. There it is. So it's bounds, camera, T, color, and then range, vertices. Check that builds. Right. And then we want a new draw item. We want a new material. I'm going to call this fast travel beam. All right. So what does that means now is we need to go to DirectX, draw batch. So we want this E-material type fast travel beam, and then we want to draw fast travel beam batch in world. So draw quad, draw RGBA triangle batch in world. So we're just gonna copy this. This one is the one that draws the green quad. All right. So this is return or fast travel beam batch in world plist mesh batch. Okay, so all I want to do, this should look exactly the same apart from going through this fast travel beam batch path. And then the next step is to build a PSO for it. So let this build first. Alright, I can close these. We're done with that now. So we'll just basically build a PSO that's the same as this PSO RGBA triangle in world, but it's going to be fast travel beam in world. Once it's built. Adding a new material into the renderer can trigger quite a long build, unfortunately. Only a couple of minutes though. So the render is like a batch renderer as well. That's why you get this thing called a render batch. So by the time we get here, all the draw calls that we did at the beginning, so when we actually built that rectangle, that quad in mesh helpers, all that's been batched. Into something called a render batch. No, obviously, because there's only going to probably be 4 vertices at any one time. Using this PSO, the batch is only going to be 4 vertices big. But you know, if we end up, you know, having multiple fast travel beams being rendered at once. You know, we want to allow NPCs to use these fast travel beams as well. So they'll all get batched into one draw call, which will be nice. Nearly there now. I've had this thing where Visual Studio, when it's linking, like the linker can just hang. And it's not that it's taken a long time to link, I think it is just hanging. So yeah, quit it there. There we go. Okay, so it should look exactly the same, but we're going through this fast travel beam path now. Alright, let's check it. Oops, let's check it is going through this. Yeah. Right, so the next step is to just duplicate RGBA triangle in world, which is not the name of the shader, unfortunately. It should be. RGBA position in world is the name of the shader, so it's that one. So let's just duplicate this. We're going to add in a new shader. And we're just going to call this fast travel beam .hlsl. Okay, let's check his builds. Yeah, that builds all right. And then we need a new PSO. So in DirectX, a PSO means pipeline state object, which just links shaders together with how we want to blend, how we want to do depth, culling, all that stuff. So we're going to additive blend because it's probably going to be a light effect. And it's called fast travel beam. Right. We've got game specific PSOs down there, so I should probably put it there. And then if we go back to the canvas, we want to use fast travel beam now. Okay, so this is using the new shader that we just made. Or it won't run. Alright then. There we go, and it's additive because you could see it was blending. Brilliant. So for debugging purposes, I'm just going to render one of these. So we don't have to keep clicking on the menus and stuff. So I can get rid of this now. And what I think I want to do is just go to game state, tick NPCs, just a normal tick, and we'll do it here, right? This is get game canvas, and this is enpcid hero. We don't have a T or a T max. Was it 2 seconds? What was T max? 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds. Okay, and all we want to do is you just want to go T plus equals DT. If T is greater than T max, T equals 0, right? So we'll just loop T. So basically this should just be a green square following the player around. Now we might want to stop the player being rendered, because the player isn't rendered in this effect anyway. There it is. Well, no, because the player might disappear into the beam. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a bit smaller. And then I'm going to grab Visual Studio and just put it over there. Oh yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. And then I'm just going to get the shader. So I've got hot loading shaders here, so I can just say 1. Does that work? Nope, not in there though. Here, return 1, and it just goes white. So let's just see if we've got T going. T was... Where did we store T? RGBA, position, camera. After the camera, we stored T. So let's go back to here. So I'm going to say float T01. I think there's already something called T, so we can't use that. Text chord 1. An RGBA position. So I'm going to not use RGBA position. I'm going to make my own. And beam out, we'll just stick T at the moment. We'll say result dot position dot Z equals T01. And then just return input dot position dot Z. Alright, you can see T's just fading from 0 to 1. Oh my god. Sorry about that. So how do we want this to even look? It kind of looks like when you would die and then the beam would come down to take you. So if we just multiply we're going to go float t is that. So we'll just go t times that. And let's try and do t equals smooth step 0 to 0.2 t times 1 minus smooth step 0.8 to 1 t. It's not even compiled. So we've basically got a fading in and out, smooth fading in and out there. So for a second, let's just set t equal to 1. And then I think what I want to do is have it smooth out over the edge towards the edges, like fade out towards the edges. So to do that we need texture coordinates, which we don't have. Okay, so we need to change this. Do we have space for texture coordinates? We don't. So we could put it there. We could put it there because it's changing all the time. Or we could put it there. We'll put it in this one, XYUV to dynamic. I think that will be... Alright. I think that will be fine. Game canvas. So now these are XYUV to dynamic vertices. Dynamic meaning they change all the time, which means if we put everything that changes all the time into its own vertex buffer, that keeps that one that's changing all the time small, because that's going to constantly have to be sent down to the GPU, and if it's small it's good. Right, so what does this look like? So this is XYUV, right? And this is data 0. And then we want this for data 1. Data 0 can be the color. Data 1 can be the camera index and T. Just sets the high. Set the other ones to 0. Okay. And here we need the texture coordinates, which we can just pinch from another one of these. Here. I'll check that builds. Nope. XY UV dynamic. Need to change the header. All right, good. So now we need to actually change how this works now. So this is pause. This is UV. This is, the next one was color, wasn't it? Yeah, color, then camera and texture. So float for color, or RGBA we called it. And then camera and texture. Check that builds. Yeah, good. Right, so we need float to UV. So we'll just pass the UV straight through. Alright, so let's get that going. We'll check that we have the UVs. There again. Check you can see this on the stream. Okay. So let's just return float for input.uv01. Alright, that was fine. That was good to me. That was what like UVs. Alright. So float to UV equals input.uv. So what we want to do is we want to actually modulate, we want to smooth out the width, from left to right. It's basically just this again. So width is that. This is uv.x. And then let's just return the width. There we go. That kind of looks a bit nicer, more like a beam. So if we just multiply that by width, All right. So what happens if we change these? It goes closer and closer. So if you do 0.5 and then 0.5, let me change that to 0.2. So let's go float x0 is lerp 0.5 to 0.2 of t, right? And then let's put x0 there. All right. Set. See, it's kind of like growing. And then we're going to go float x1 equals lerp 0.5 to 1 t. And then we'll put x1 there. Not quite right, that I don't think. So it needs to be to 0.8, I think. Why? All right, let's get some noise. Let's leave T at that for now. Let's get some noise. So how do we do that? We need to attach the noise texture. Okay. So in the canvas, what uses noise? The rain uses noise. Rain. Does it use noise? Dynamic global buffer. Let's have a look at rain. I don't think so. What uses noise? Ponds do. And river does. The static global buffer has the wind noise index in it. So let's bind the static buffer. To do that, does that have to be number 4? Don't think so. So the pond binds it on 2. If I look at the pond, 1, 2, not 1, 2. It's here. Okay, so just for a minute, just trying to remember how all this works. Fast travel beam. We'll bind the static one. This has the noise texture in it on 1, and then on the fast travel beam, we want to put in this here. Visibility pixel. Alright, that's good, that compiles. And we are attaching it here. Right. Alright. Sampler. Okay, so let's just copy this into fast travel beam. We don't have a sampler. Let's make a sampler. So yes, 0. G sampler. There it is. So we'll make sampler S0. Oh, does this work? Okay, this can be noise sampler. Alright, so let's just return at N for now and we'll see what that looks like. I don't think it's going to look right. Not fully bound, it says. Well, let's just use G sampler and not use that for now. Well, that seemed to work fine. So G texture, we need that. It's probably that one. Register not, space not. Oops. Yeah, so let's make the sampler again. Noise sampler. Okay, that works. So now what we need to do is bind this, which is 0. So it's in slot 0. UV patch in world. Slot 1, and then that goes to slot 2. Maybe that. See if this works. Oh, good. No, that's it. That is working. It is noise. It's kind of very stretched. So if we do float to noise UV equals UV plus T0, and then this is noise UV. Let me just take that away. I don't know why that was working then. Alright. So we've got a float 4 there. Let's just take the red channel because it's not a float 4, it's just a float. So let's do n times that. Okay, good. Now I think, to be fair, T, the noise T, needs to be the constant T, which is in the dynamic buffer. So if we go back to pond, V2 I think is dynamic. Yeah, the dynamic level, that's got time in it. And then vehicle canvas, we will just set this to number 3. P dynamic global buffer. So the dynamic global buffer is called time. So we'll say, so we'll just run it. And then we'll say that this T is time. There we go. So it's constantly running. And then let's put that back there for a sec. Let's have 2 of them. So just like we did, it's not there. Missed. How did this work? Is it? I think it's post-processing actually. We do have a missed post-processing effect. Org, it gets 2. What does it do? Adds them together. Multiplies by the Y value. Don't need to do that. So just add them together. So we'll get 2. So basically just do this. There's no world P. Yeah, we're not really bothered about wind speed. And then let's just do return N0 plus N1. Divided by 2. Okay, let's take out these. Alright. So we've got this kind of flowing effect. So that can be flow N. Is that. And then we'll return N times that. It kind of looks like it's spinning. Let's not divide by 2. Maybe we do need to divide by 2. It needs to be a lot slower, basically. Why isn't that working? It's here. So this is UV. Don't need noise UV. There we go. Right. So let's make them go all the way. Oop. Where was it? Here. Let's make it go all the way to 0, all the way to 1. Can't necessarily do that. We'll do 9. Alright. So that can be, say, part 1 of an effect. So let's just draw no. Okay, so let's make that go to so let's start there again. Let's have another one. 2, 3. And that can go all the way. It's not quite working. Not quite working that. It's that term that's not working. X2. X1. So we'll do that plus N times W times T times input.rgba. W naught is okay, so I need to make that count less. Not quite like that though. So let's just have a look at W naught. That seems wrong. I think it's this term that's wrong. 0.5. All right. So white could even be lesser. So 0.3 to 0.5, 0.5. That should be like that. And then back to 0.7. That goes 0 to 0.5. That goes 0.5 to 0.7. That's why. I think this is X naught 0.5. Yes. And that is X2. Whoops. 0.5. X2 goes from 0 to 0.5. 0.5. Oh. Yeah, that's what I want. So W1. So this is W0. This is W1. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. It's gone night time because we've been here so long. Let's go back into a room that doesn't have day-night cycle. There we go. So it could possibly be even wider. So let's make it wider. That was in game state where we were just doing this. The width we were setting to 0.5. Let's set the width to be like 5. I'm going to take a break in a minute. I'm going to get another cup of coffee. No, you stop. That's quite a cool effect. So let's just let T run. So let's multiply this by T. It's not bad. I think we need to shift the noise over a bit. And then do actually want to sample in the noise here as well. What we could do is do that. Whoops. Don't know why it does that. That's very strange. Give it like a green core. And then plus W0 again. Half of it. Oops. Let's tighten it up before. Not as much as that. I don't know, maybe it's better before. So let's keep that one, and then let's put that one in there. It's like this. That looks wrong, doesn't it? The power is... The W0 the wrong one there. It's here. So we've got 0.4, 3. There we go, that's better. I don't know. He gets to this point where you should look at it so often. You don't know if it looks good or not. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. Be back in 2 minutes. Fairly big. Dunno. Let's make this even narrower then. So, do we want it to open as well? I want to play the effect 2 times. This duration needs to be longer. It feels like this duration needs to be at least a second. The duration is before it starts fading out. Maybe even longer. 1.5 seconds. Yeah, see, this is the linker hanging again. For some reason. Well, there we go, it worked. Just took a long time to link. Alright. So we do spawn it twice. So we can put the direction in. So it's not recognizing my shader in for looking it up in IntelliSense. All right, so in order to make it flow, we just need to flip time round, flow the other direction. So that, yeah, we're going to work on it. I think that's fine. Maybe we should, yeah, we're going to work on it. So it's going to, the effect moves up when we fade in, when we transition into the other scene, and then when we're in the other scene, it needs to come down. So I think all we have to do to make it come down is flip this sign here. Now, is there a HLSL? HLSL function to get the sign. Returns the sign of X. -1, 0, or 1. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to do float direction is sine of t. And then we're just going to multiply this by the direction. Right? Check that builds. And then t itself needs to be abs. So T equals abs T. We don't care about the sign after that. And what that means is in the effect now, if we're fading in, it's, so we want float direction is 1, and then we go if direction is out, direction is -1. Whoops. And then we multiply that by the direction. And then that should mean that the effect looks like it's going up when we enter in the fast travel, and then we'll get to the new destination and we want the player to come down, the effect should look like it's coming down. Let's try that. Going up. Now it's coming down. Cool. So the effect is already, when we're going out, the effect is already spawned as well. That means we need a new scale value here when the effect is coming out, or here. So we're going to say effect T equals T over T max BM saturate T over T max if we're going out, then the effect T needs to be, we need to smooth step from like, I don't know, we'll just hard code 2 seconds to T max T. So if we're fading out, we don't actually start the effect until we're 2 seconds in. Let's see what that looks like. Cool. Did work, except the effect needs to last a little longer. So we're going to say float T end equals is T max. We'll make the effect E end. We want T end, sorry. We'll make the T end equal 7 seconds. Or T max plus equals 2. Make it go on for 2 more seconds. Didn't work. Why didn't that work? Oh, because we need to do that. Let's be there. Cool, except it didn't appear. It needs to appear when the effect is in full duration, I think. It's a bit long. So let's run it for an extra 1 second. So it needs to have appeared. Yeah, he needs to have appeared before the effect closes. Right now he appears. He appears when the effect has closed. He needs to appear when the effect is fully open. Okay. What makes them appear here? So this is still T max. Oh, this is T end. This is if T is greater than T at T max. So that makes the character come back visible again. Oh. That's just less than T is less than T end. That's good. Cool. All right, the next bit that we need to do is we need to fire. We need like a white orb to go up through the beam. Might be able to do this entirely in the shader. Maybe. Let's have a go at doing it in the shader. We can either do it in the shader or we can have a second draw call. I'll have a go at doing it in the shader first. I actually don't need to do that because it did it itself. Where are we? Alright, so I'll have a quick go at doing it in the shader. That does mean, unfortunately, we need to... just messed about there, but we'll just need to put that back. Alright. So what we want is some kind of orb to go up there. How would we do this? So float Y is just T. So that goes from 0 to 1. Well, actually, I can do it here because coming back down, it goes from 1 to 0. Does it? No, I don't think so. So that's the Y location of where we want it to be rendered. Okay. So let's just go float to P equals length of UV 2 times UV minus 1. And let's just return P, right? So it's 1 minus that. Now if we want to shift that along, it needs to be plus float 2 0 Y. So if we want it to go up, it's like that. Alright. So let's go faster. to make that a pure circle, we need to know the size of the quad we're rendering on. So let's do P times P times P. All right. P equals pow P3. Right, so then we need to add P in at the end. Oh, I mean, that's kind of cool. A flash there. Right, let's try that in context then. That was a lot quicker than I thought. If you want to make it a proper circle, we could have a look at see what it looks like with it being a proper circle. Right now it's like an orb. Okay, it's like a squashed circle. Right, so let's just turn that off and we'll have a look in context. That's pretty good, except there's a little error there with the beginning of the effect when it comes back in has a little bit of a white glow for some reason. Wonder why. Let's figure out why we've got that white glow. Possibly can't allow T to be 0. We can solve that by putting that there. There's a little flash there, isn't there? You can see the flash. Yeah, that's because the direction is coming in as 0 sometimes. Yeah, because of this. So we're going to do minus that, and we'll remove the need for a direction. I think we probably have to pass the direction in rather than relying on the sign. It's a shame. Doesn't matter though. It's no more computation. I mean, it's less computation. Alright, so let's do that. So we'll just tack it, and where do we want it? We have space here, so we're just going to go float direction, and we'll stick it in there, right at the end. And then here, it's in game canvas, wasn't it? Game canvas, we want the direction here as well. And then that direction gets passed through to there. And then in the shader, that direction's here. Which is the float. then dir is just input.dir. We don't need to abs that anymore. And then the effect controller, we need to pass in the direction. -1. Maybe put it T direction. Let's just do direction. All right. Let's do that anymore. Do that. All right, let's see. We've got one more slot. We might need to pass in the width because, or the aspect ratio, to test it, like turn it into a circle, just to see what it looks like. We'll hard code it in to begin with. If it looks good, we'll use that last slot in the vertex to turn it into a circle. All right, let's try it. That's quite nice. It's kind of a beam, like a transporter room beam. What I want to check is when I can move. I'm pressing the move key. So it does chase the beam. The beam does chase the guy. Now I want him to be able to run out of the beam. Right, we can get rid of all this, rather than have the beam follow the person around. That's fairly straightforward to fix. All we got to do is actually store where the position is with the beam. When we open the effect, and then get rid of that. This is just position. All right. Let's check that works. I could imagine some cool sound effect as well. There we go. You can't, the beam doesn't chase him now. I think that's quite nice looking. Right, let's just have a mess about with what it might look like as a circle. We just need to get the aspect ratio. All right. So what is the world rec? We can just hard code this for now. The world rect height is 44. So it's 10 over 44. So what I might do actually is put that test case back in that we had before. Say just the direction is 1. Alright, so it's 10 over 44 when it's here. Where is it? Fast travel beam. So this... Let's just go times... I think that, don't know if that's right. Let's just return P. Definitely doesn't look like a circle. Could be 4 over 10. Okay. There it is. That's the circle. Okay. So it obviously needs to be faster. Maybe it does look better as a circle. Alright, let's test that in context then. Where are we? Game state. We do have one spare slot for putting the aspect ratio in the vertex as well, so we can stick it there. instead of hard coding it as 10 over 44, because that 10 over 44 only makes it a circle when the window is like this. Right. That doesn't work there. Let's check out where I did actually compile the shader. Alright, so it's not working for... What did we change? I don't think that should affect... So maybe it needs to be times that. Let's try that. Nope. Can't see it at all there. That is strange because obviously it does have an effect. I didn't think it would. Yeah, we'll try and get it working with the circle because it does look good. So float as, say A equals 10 divided by 44. Well, we'll say 2, 1, 10 divided by 44. And then we'll just times that by A. What was it? Have I got it wrong there? .4 divided by 10. So why is it starting in the middle? Because T... I don't know, let's just try T times that. I'm going to say dir equals 1. We'll do that. Else float to 1, 1. So what's the case then? Must be y that's wrong. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if we just straight up play it backwards. That would probably work. Not past direction at all. So, if there is less than 0, all right. So it's just here now. That's kind of good, apart from it's timed just a little bit wrong. Hmm. All right, cool. What does that look like if I change the size of the screen? Pretty good, apart from the aspect ratio is wrong. So it does compress it as well. Does it? I think it's okay. That is not bad. All right, so let's not hard code this aspect ratio. We have one more slot anyway, free. So we'll choose it. Text chord 5. Three. So result.aspect equals aspect, and then this is input.aspect. Okay, and then we need float aspect. Well, we don't need to pass that in and calculate it here. We do need to pass it into here though. We can stick it here. Then the aspect is equals width divided by world rect height. All the other way around. You can see the other way around. And we'll pass that in there. Alright, let's just test that out. So I might test it with this. So if I change the size of the screen, it stays a circle. Great. Now, get rid of this. Let's just have a quick test in context for all of it. So the effect doesn't open in time either there. The effect's already open. Don't know if we want that. Alright, let's we are altering it with this T end here. Okay. Let's try that. No. So we've lost that effect opening when he beams back into the room. There we go. Okay, so that didn't open at all. Okay, so I'll just take a copy of this just in case we go wrong. Let's go back. And so let's just remove P. For a second. But why does that encourage the effects to open? That's alright. That's what was going on there. So it was slightly mistimed there as well. Maybe it's to do with... No. Slightly mistimed. Is coming in a bit too... early. Makes him come in even earlier. Nearly. That's good. Yeah, it's pretty good. What happens if you have them at different time rates? A little bit early. Can move a little bit early. It's okay. It looks good if I don't try and move off the trigger at all. Alright, I think we'll leave it at that. Let's go, whoops. Let's go full screen borderless for a second. Yeah. Alright, good. Call that good. I'll call that done. Fast travel effects. Push that. Check that in. Have a quick look at the notes. Oh, there we go. So what we're going to do. Nice try, fast travel laser beam effect. Okay, good. So NPCs should be able to fast travel too. Okay, that's quite a heavy duty system. Change. Maybe. That's what we'll work on next. That's really good. Alright, cool. I want to take a 2-minute break, make a cup of coffee, and then we'll tackle that. I want NPCs to be able to use the fast travel, so laser beam themselves around. Alright, I'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm coffeeed up. Get a banana. So, player can fast travel now. He's off. We want NPCs to be able to do this. So right now, the only NPC in the game is Jenny, who has the same rig as the hero, because I've only got one rig. And she can go on patrol, so she can walk around. Let's just see if that works first. So, patrols is an old system. So let's just spawn into the test room where Jenny is. We'll see if she goes on patrol. Does she even have a patrol? That's a good question. Doesn't look like she's going on patrol, does it? Alright, let's see what patrols we have. Jenny. Time of day 01. There. Wait. And there. How long are we waiting for? Doesn't seem to give us an option. And then there. So she's meant to go on patrol between 0 and 1. Alright, let's modify this. So she just goes on patrol all the time. And we'll delete this. We'll take out wait. So she's just going to go between 3 triggers. So if this doesn't work, we'll just debug why this doesn't work. Alright, she's going on patrol. There. Then she goes up to that trigger. Meanders her way around. Oh yeah, she wasn't going on patrol then because that was set to midnight to 1 AM. And the game time is 7:30 in the morning. That's why. Anyway, this patrol goes on all day. Right, so we'll alter this patrol. We wanted to walk to... We'll set up a place for her to walk to. We'll get to walk... Oh, not here. We want to go all the way... Quite a long way away. Right. So we'll get her to walk to like here. Right, so we'll copy that trigger ID. We'll open the patrol up. And we're just going to get it. We'll remove that one. And we'll put that trigger. So it's going to walk to there. Right, so she's going to walk to there. And then she's going to walk back to there again. So it's a long way away for her to walk. We'll just test this works with the current pathfinding. We'll just follow her. Because I haven't worked on patrols in it's like maybe a year or something, so since I've put patrols in the engine. Alright, so she's going to there, and now she's going to try and walk all the way to the crafting bench room. And then what we're going to do is we're going to modify it so that she can actually fast travel there. So just walk there. Looks like she's doing it. And I think in the patrol, we should probably, in the editor, say, can, you know, are you even allowed to fast travel? Because we don't want NPCs fast traveling everywhere all the time. Alright, she made it. And she's going to walk back again. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll fast travel. And we'll just see if she turns up. So we can fast travel now. Hooray! And we'll just wait for her. See if she comes. It'll only take a couple of minutes for her to come. And the way to do this, I think, is I'll have to look and see how we're even doing this. Because I wrote this quite a long time ago. Can't really remember. See, that took 18 milliseconds there to figure out a path. It is quite a long path. There she comes, look. So basically, all the patrol does is just go backwards and forwards between those two trigger points. I'm just going to walk all the way back now. So what we actually wanted to do is to walk into here and take the fast travel. So that is a lot faster. Right then. So, game patrols. How does this work? Okay, patrol destination. Path 2. So let's do a little breakpoint here and see what path 2 does. Right. So NPC ID is 2, which is Gen 8. Okay. So we want to do this after she's found. It's advanced patrol, isn't it? No, it's not advanced patrol. Are we still pathing? No, because we've worked out our path now. It is in advanced patrol. Okay, so let's start that again. Alright, so you're going to walk to a location, then you're going to advance patrol. So the next child, and then on the next frame, where are we? Where were we? Okay, on the next frame, she should do advanced patrol. So the trigger is in the crafting room. So she wants to go to the crafting room. Did we call it? It is the crafting room. That's where we want to go. Yeah. And a brain melted there. So what does path 2 do? It's dash search between two game locations. Get warp from source. So it's kind of here, isn't it? Yes, I think all we really need to do from it is work is we need to treat the fast travel nodes as warp nodes. And warp nodes are just what move you from room to room. There's 3 neighbours there. All in the test room, so there must be 3 warps. There is 3 warps in that room. Alright. Get warps from source. So this is warps. There's 16 warps. They have a source ID. Right. So this relies on the fact that a warp can only go to one other location. Now, fast travel can go to multiple locations. Which makes the search a lot bigger. Yeah. So a warp connector is put in is put into the world when the level is compiled. So let's look at the world generator. When the game data is compiled. So warp connectors, light level, get warp events. So we need to do it for fast travel events as well. So this doesn't say where it can go. Yeah, it's not actually as difficult, don't think. Like, we have the location of the fast travel. We don't know where it can fast travel to. We can assume it can fast travel to all other fast travel regions. Alright, so let's have a quick look. Let's recompile the world. Put it back down to version 1. So we've got these fast travel events here. There's 2. And they have 2 locations of where they are. So if we assume that all fast travel stations can travel to all other fast travel stations, this is just for the NPCs. Then we could make a bunch more warp locations. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll see if that works. So we've got fast travel regions, right? So we're going to go for auto R in world fast travel regions. And how do we identify them? By station. So R0 for auto R1 is world fast travel regions. And we're just going to say R0.station equals R1.station. We'll continue. We don't want to connect it to itself. Otherwise, we just basically put another warp in. The source is R0 location. And the dest is R1.location. Alright, so let's see. Let's just see what path Jenny takes now we've added those warps in. Where's she gonna go? Hopefully she goes up. It looks like she's going up. Whoops. She's going up to use the fast travel. Now obviously we need her to play the effect here. she's going to disappear. But she needs to actually do the fast travel effect. So she goes transporter room 1. There she is. So she now is using the... Oh. She's gone that way now, though. So that, obviously, we didn't put in... We didn't put that it could go back. Let's just wait for it to turn up. Alright. So let's go to advanced patrol. I missed it. No, she's paused there. That's fine. She wants to talk to me. Okay, so when you get here, the path now okay, so advancing path to from crafting to back to the test room. Get warp from source. P current is so there's the two that we put in at the end. So 071 is the ID that we want to be able to go to. So the source location ID is 2. 2, that seems wrong. Where did that come from? P current position ID 2. Cell map. Position ID is 2. So where's that come from? Alright, start again. Alright, let's just watch the patrol. So I think, to be fair... Oops, that's not what I wanted. We could just put a breakpoint here. Not even here. Ooh. If they're in the same room. If it's in the same room as the girl. Yeah. No. Right. Let's... Okay. Right. So she's on a journey. And we'll just go to her destination. All right. So the ID really is 2. Why is it 2? Oh, because it's Jenny's. Yeah, Jenny's location. Silly me. Jenny's got ID too. Okay. So the Jenny's location, she's in the fast travel room. She wants to go back. She wants to go to the crafting room. And it says we've got to go... Yeah, stay in the fast room. So let's wait for her. Here she comes. I don't want to talk to you. So she needs to make the decision now to go back to the fast travel station. So there's no warps there. So we're going to add all of the warps in this room. Should be 2. 2. Alright, so I added 2 nodes in. Both in the crafting room. Okay. Okay, so we're going to actually evaluate which one is the closest, I believe. Yeah, this is what's happening here. So what's the goal room? So it's whether they're in the same room. They are in the same room. So it just picks the first one. I'm saying the distance is 0. Yeah, so they've both got a distance of 0 because they're both in the same room. That's H. H is also distant. So the cell crafting room. What's the goal room here? The test room. Get source room warps. So it should be 2. So this is going to the downloader room. And this is going to the data room. And then the shop room. And the chest room. So this definitely shouldn't be picked. It's going up to loads of different rooms. Test room. So it finally finds the goal. So it returns 0. And then it returns 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. So the distance there is 6. We missed out what the distance was for the first one, but we've got them. We've got it. We've got the cells. All right. So there we go. 6. So we'll try this one again. So G scar. I think what we need to start again because I didn't figure out the distance. All right. Let's wait for it to appear. Let's also quickly get the ID of that. 071. So 071 is the one we wanted to go to. Okay. Let's try that again. So we get the neighbours. There's 2 neighbours. That's out of the room towards the long path. 071 is the short path. So that T-scar is currently not. And this one also is not. All right. Okay, so 071. So this is evaluating the long path now. So the downloader room is 1. In the same room, so that's 0. So we didn't add it in because we've already got it in. Okay. And now we're evaluating the shorter path. And that's back to the fast travel room. 15. Okay, why is that 15 then? From the crafting room to the fast travel room, it should be 1. Okay, we'll find that. We'll replay that. Right, so this is the long path. Alright, this is a short path. So the current position, which is the end position, which is the fast travel room. So this should have been 1. And it ended up being 15. To get warps, get source warps, so should only be 1 source warp. Crafting room. Destination is fast travel room. Yeah, there are 2 that go into this room, yeah. So it's 2. From the downloader room, from the fast travel room. So the distance to the downloader room Let's go back out again. Yeah. What's going on there? Crafting room to the fast travel room. Alright, let's try that again. Might have to step through this a few times. Whoops. So let her walk up there. And then, alright, so let's get back to where we were. So we test the two neighbours. And then we pop out the long one. This is a slow path. And then this is the fast path. Got two neighbours. Got one neighbour. From the fast travel room. So from the crafting room to the fast travel room. So crafting room. Has two warps. So this logic is kind of wrong. I think. I think we need to go through all of these and return the minimum. So it's just going to test this first one and just return the distance of the first one. So let's make a little change. We'll do this is not man. We do min equals bm min of min and dist. So say if dist it's not int max, Int max means we can't get there. We've used int max everywhere else, might as well use it here. And then return min. Let's try that. So what we're doing is we're picking this is the fastest path. So we're making sure that we pick it. I want to talk to. Okay, so we'll try that again now. So two neighbours. We add them in. Okay, so this is the slow path. Yep. This is the fast path. So this should be 1. So in crafting room and fast travel room should just be 1. So that's 8. That's int max. So that returned int max. What's the goal? Okay, that shouldn't return. Let's figure out why that returned int max. Should return 1. Out of her way. So she doesn't try and talk to me. Right. Two neighbours. Alright, this is the slow path. Fast path. So it's 8 rooms away. So it's saying it's explored. That's why it's returning int max. Which it is, but this is the start. Let's just say if D equals 0, we'll say explored nodes are empty, and we'll see if this actually still makes it work. Oh, this breaks it. No, breaks it. Stack Overflow. Okay. Let's try that. Just gonna follow her. She's definitely heading here. Let's get out of her way. So this is not causing a Stack Overflow, which is good. Okay. So we test our two neighbours. So this is the slow path. This is the fast path. So that's 6. So we're going from a crafting room to the travel room. 0. Awesome. So we get 1. Alright, let's see if she picks the right... Yes, she's going back now. Alright, brilliant. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I just want to, because we changed the way that pathfinding works there for the patrols, I want to just change it back a second. Not adding the ability for fast travel regions to be included in pathfinding. Just remove that. I want to see if she can still take the long path, which is much more complicated for her to work out. Much more difficult for her to work out. I want to check she can still work it out. So, should we compile the world up? Because this one, when she can't use a fast travel, it has her walking across the entire game. So it looks good. It looks like she's making good progress. So we just needed to make that tiny little change. She's able to still walk across the entire map. Alright, so assume this is working, we need to make sure that when she actually enters a fast travel bay station thing, we play the fast travel effect for her before she disappears. Yeah, it's good. She's going to get to the goal and she's going to turn back. Alright, I'm happy with that for now. So let's rebuild the world, put that back in. So she can use fast travel. We do want to change it so it's optional. I don't think we want all NPCs to take fast travel. The fast travel routes, we'll change that later. Actually might just make a note so I don't forget. Fast fast travel or NPC patrols should be optional. Editor. Do need to do that. Okay, so we can go back to the NPC can go back to using the fast travel stations now. Now we just need to work out where we need to interrupt a patrol to play the effect. Okay. So, game patrols. So in game state, roaming, right? Where do we swap the rooms for an NPC? Tick NPC patrol. Set position. Only if it fails. At go, right, so let's just see if this swaps the position. Well, that won't, because she's not going to change rooms. At goal. Advanced patrol. Set NPC location. So let's see if this sets the NPC location to the fast travel room. Advanced patrol. Set NPC location. Alright, good. Right, so this is where we need to jump in and play that effect. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break and then we're going to figure out how we're going to do that. So what we need to like pause the patrol. So let's check this just doesn't happen for every single time we reach a goal. It's only when we're moving rooms. Okay, so we're moving rooms. We need to catch up with her before she moves again. She's going to use the fast travel station. Alright, she's moving rooms. So the path is basically where we're going to go to. So the NPC location where it is path, current location index 1. So it's where it was. Okay, so let's just check what this does. Just increments the current location index. So we need to return where, well, we can just get where the NPC is. Get game dot get NPC location. Patrol. Get NPC ID. Okay, so let's just check that it says we're in the fast travel room. So she's about to warp. Current location is the fast travel room. And we have a position. So we need to get whether this position is a fast travel station. So these fast travel regions, we can just test it. So we're going to do Optref fast travel region. Get fast travel region. From a game location. All right. If in the same room, well, if they're not in the same room, we'll continue. We'll do it that way. We have to be in the same room. Then we need to check that the location is in the bounds. So if r.bounds.intersect location.position is false, or if not that. And now we need to check every single point. So for auto p in r.points, if rect p11 intersect location.position, turn r. So that'll get us if we're in a fast travel region. So let's just see if we can pause here and we can detect that we're in a fast travel region. Wait for it to get up to the... Oops. Wait for it to arrive. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, why did that fire? That's bizarre. So they're in current location is test room. Oh. That's weird. That should have returned false. Okay. Wonder why that returned true. Well, we're about to find out. What? Didn't even hit my break point. Okay, something's going on. So this is apparently returning true. Ah. Ooh. That's a bit dodgy, that. How is that? Oh. It's evaluating that. I think. Can you do that? No, well, that's going to take a while to compile. All right. I'm going to have a 2-minute break again while this compiles, because it's going to obviously op ref used everywhere. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back soon. Oh dear. A few errors. Can I convert to bool? No. Alright. Let's just fix this first. What? Okay. So this needs to be is set. It's going to happen everywhere. That's what I want to know. It is more correct to have it as explicit, but if it's going to cause a load of problems, I'll turn it back. Yeah. Oh no, that's detecting it now. That's fine. Detecting that as a compile error. Should have been a compile error before, and it wasn't. It was evaluating it to an integer through a bool operator, which is kind of dodgy. I'm not sure why that is allowed. This looks like it's building though. Alright, good. So now this should work. It wasn't actually a syntax error. Not a syntax error. It wasn't actually a bug like that. It was going into the wrong function. Okay. So let's see if we detect that we are in a fast travel region, or that Jenny is in a fast travel region. She is. Right, so what do we do here? We have to like pause the patrol. So what I want to know is, if we just don't set the position, will it just keep coming back here? I don't think it will, because we're advancing the path. So we could just straight up set the patrol into like a paused state and trigger the effect. Problem with allowing things to pause and unpause, or visible and invisible, is that you need to set it back. All the time. And obviously now it's trivial to set back, but in the future, if we say, oh, we can pause patrols, we'll just do it. Then you end up with bugs where patrols get paused and forget to be unpaused, and then you gets into this state spaghetti. All right. Let's just do it. Let's put a little... We'll check in here. We could put a paused in there. Like, we do pause the patrol here with this timer. Yeah, all right. We'll just put, for the sake of simplicity, let's put paused in. I'm just gonna say if patrol state paused, return. And then all we're gonna do is we're just gonna say patrol state paused is true, right? And it's gonna pause forever. See if that works. See if she just doesn't continue the patrol, but doesn't advance into the room. I'm assuming advanced patrol, the character has got no velocity. So they're not gonna, like, you don't want to pause a patrol, but the character's walking, because they're gonna just walk off the world. So I just wanted to stop here. No, disappeared. She continued her patrol. That didn't work at all. Let's try that again. Oh, right. No. You actually need to return out there. Before we actually set. Yeah, dodgy. Because you could pause in the middle of going from node to node in the patrol, and Jenny could just continue to walk in that direction. Yeah, I don't really like pause. Like forever. Because all the patrol does is just updates where the goal is. It's not making a walk. Yeah, see, she's come back now. Alright, let's just get rid of paused. Well. If patrol at destination location, return. So we would have to say if patrol is paused, return. Alright, let's see if that works. Yeah. Don't know. Alright, she stopped. Alright, good. We'll just leave that now and suffer the bugs later if they happen. So we could set it to be... We have a patrol state flag here. Yeah, but it's still available even if it's paused. Yeah, no. Get patrol destination location. Maybe we do it here. We could say if not patrol state paused and the patrol is available. Then we don't have to leak paused out somewhere else. Alright, we'll check this still works. So she should walk up there, and she should just walk up there and stop. Yeah. Alright, cool. Fine. Right, so now in the patrol, we can fire the effect. Now, how do we want to do that? Because where is the effect controller? So we need to return. We need to set a state on the... We need to set a state. I don't think we're going to call the effect right here. So I might do something like enum class pause reason. I might say fast travel. pause reason. It's unknown. I'm just going to say patrol state dot pause reason equals fast travel. So I wonder if we could make this standard optional. Pause reason. And then we could just set that. Then we're just going to say if there's a pause reason, and then we just want paused. And we should return pause reason dot set has value. Okay. Then in game state, we do want to do that now. What we want to do is we want to go if auto pause reason equals patrol dot pause reason. So if there's a pause reason, I could just say if pause reason equals fast travel. I should probably call this patrol pause reason. Return. That's better than paused because we're asking it if we're in a fast travel state now. I'm going to get the effect controller. We're going to play the effect. The owner ID is NPC get ID. And the effect is going to be fast travel beam effect. NPC get ID. Direction in. Now let's just see what happens here. Let's see if the actual effect comes in. Now Jenny might whiz off. Which would be a mint if she does. Oops. So what's the problem here? No matching overloads found. Oh, we need the canvas. Get game canvas. Why is the signature of this? Just a canvas. Don't need that. All right, let's see. So we're gonna go up. Oh, whoops. We're gonna go up to the room, and we're gonna see if she whizzes off. That would be hilarious. That would be good. And here she comes. Epic music for it, if it does work. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Played it about 10,000 times. Okay, so we only want to play this once. It did work. It just played it every single frame instead of once. Right. How do we play it once? We want kind of the frame that it was paused on. So what I might do is have fast travel in, fast travel on, fast travel out, right? And then we'll just go patrol, pause reason is the patrol pause reason fast travel on. Yeah, that will work. Alright then, so let's go and wait for her again. Get out of her way. Alright, let's see what happens. And there she goes, she's off. Alright. What? You can see that little Jenny thing there. That's because we're rendering. Where did she go? Basically the pause. Yeah, so so we always want to return. We want to say if patrol paused. We always want to return if it's paused. If it's fast travel in, we set it to fast travel on. So obviously we only want to play, well, we only want to play the effect if we can see it. maybe. We only want to render the effect if we can see it. I think we always want to play it because we might come into the room halfway through the effect. So see if she goes. There we go, she's gone. Really, she's just disappeared because we can still see her where she is. So what happens if we wait in this room, in the first room? Is it going to play the effect in here as well? Let's just wait and see. I think we only need to play the effect if the actor ID of the effect, the owner ID of the effect, is in the same room that we're in. Yeah, so you played the effect. Okay, I can fix that. Beam. So we do want to tick the effect because we might come into the room while the effect is currently being played, but we just don't want to render it if we're in the wrong room. So let's move that down there, and we just want to say if get game so I just cache out the game state. And we want to say if state dot get NPC location owner ID. Okay. Owner lock. If owner lock and owner lock room equals state get current get location dot room. So we want to play this effect if we're in the same room as the owner of the effect. We only want to render it. Because now we have to do the inverse. What happens if Jenny NPC is coming into the room that we're in? She needs to be able to warp into the room as well. She needs to be able to fast travel into the room. I don't think this is going to render. Yeah, she's gone there. That's good, right. So in game state, so we want to get the effect duration. So auto duration okay, so on cache out the effect controller. It's EC is it the effect ID? EC.getDuration EID, right? So that's the duration of the effect. And then we want to go after delay duration. We want to bring it back. Out. What we want to do is we want to set her location. We want to set the location here as well. I mean, that should just bring her back into the same room. We'll just check that works. And then we want to swap a room. This cannot be captured. So we want the NPC ID. ID. We can pass that through. So all this will do is this will bring her back into the same room. Oh. Part of game state. I'll say BM. There's a global version of that function, so we'll use that. So what this will do is, hopefully if this works, this will warp her off, and then she'll come back again. And then the last thing to do is we just swap her into the new room, and she'll come back in the new room. Goes, she's off. And she comes back again. Right, so now we need to swap her into the new room. Fast travel region. So I think the fast travel region it doesn't have the destination in. So it's just a path, I think. We've already advanced. Then we need to advance the path again. So level is get current level. Right, we'll just pass in this. NPC ID. Get the patrol back out again. And say if patrol have that we do patrol dot path. Okay. So we have to just do this. That's just the NPC ID. What is path? Patrol path. Get current. Okay. So we set it to the destination location, and then we advance. This is like manually taking over. Get game state dot set NPC location. Then we need to get the new duration. And after another delay, we want to do all this. And we just want to go patrol, pause reason, dot reset. Stop them being paused. Right. That's quite a mouthful, that code. And it also depends if you can have delays inside delays. We'll see. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if we... So what does it do? It makes a ticker, puts the callback in it, then it adds it. So I'm thinking if that reallocates, so we want basically on end frame. Do it at the end of the frame. What have I done wrong here? Yeah. And we need this an NPC ID. And that gets that after delay out the way of that after the delay. Duration cannot be explicitly captured.